Alright, everything should be good now. Hello. Let's see. Let me grab some random music to throw in the background. Or are you using some more intense music today? Let's see. Ooh, actually, your event theme is pretty peak. Let's see. Okay, testing that. Let's see. Okay, testing that. Cool. Alright, awesome. Do you want to use that one? Maybe. Oh wait, this one's actually good too. Let me do this one for a bit. Alright, so. Yesterday there were a couple topics of the future that we're working on. Let me get the just get the post data here. Essentially this whole flowchart, which is this flowchart, right? And essentially we're gonna be just working on getting all of this stuff done. Getting the queue functions working. This is going to be a lot of the function work here, and we're going to start making commands that automatically run the SotCIE and everything. So that's going to be what we start with today. It's just going to be right down to business, just farming out as many commands as we can as quickly as possible is the goal for day 5. Because we're almost at the first week of this entire game development project, which we put us at about nearly, I think, about 25 hours of work at this point. So obviously we'd want to have something major to show, and something actually functional. So it's time to actually get something going. And that's gonna begin with the console. We'll play right here. After the search and edit commands up here. SotCIE command, and this one's just gonna have no odds. So if I don't even need like an org size check, that's just gonna do actually, hold on. I do want to make it so during the scene progression thing, it does print something. Whoa. Functions. All right. So functions here. We're just gonna start adding some data prints here. I think we can. For now, we can. We can obviously change this later. I know Game Manager does have built-in add push console stuff, which is kinda everything here. So you might just have functions just use the .add push console thing here. string. Add push console. Yeah, the arg. Yeah, it's a string, right? So it should be that. Slash B. Slash U. So what's the angry about here? Oh, I've got the plus here, that's why. This one. And then for roll speed, I'm gonna make it so that there's an automatic print for this. So we don't need any of the data here anymore. We're just gonna get rid of this. I'll just save this code elsewhere so I can refer to a data. Whoopsies. I mean to show my Discord, my private Discord server. That goes back there. Alright. So let's see what else we've got here. Well, there's functions on run games that actually do. Oh, this is just adding all the units. Yeah, this is game stat adding the units. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, it's angry about that. So yeah, they'll just print this. I don't even need the root is anymore. This can go. This has been in the game for a while and I don't actually need it anymore, so we can just get rid of this. Not of old code I can get rid of now. Obviously this file path loader is very important. It just changed right into starting the game, which I probably should change, but I mean it kinda does work. Really what should be happening is I will be adding like a kind of like an fload command here, which doesn't exist yet, and then I'll have the fsave command. Those two will do the respective topics, and then we'll bring up the game manager's load archive issue here. Because yeah, I think load archive is just kind of set to show automatically. If I were to hide it, does it just like not? Yeah, it just doesn't exist at the moment. So by having it show automatically, then you instantly get prompted for it. Oh, interesting. Oh, I do need to have a refresh console. I just throw it into the run game set here, game manager dot push console. So there we go. So when it comes to the start scene command, it's just going to start the scene. The function will actually handle the output prints. This is all the input prints and immediate logging data that comes with that. So, start scene command, it's going to do, it's just going to do functions dot scene start. And that's the entire command there. It is automatically run all of that, and we're good. So I need to make the start command. this is gonna be the scene command, and then there's gonna be one arg. So now if I just type scene, oh, it's yelling at me for missing args for some reason. What? Oh, okay, it's doing search command still, right? So that's scene command. Scene. I'll actually just have it show the new scene, I think, instead of doing this. So all I have to do is a scene, and they'll go new scene, scene 1. Or I can just do scene. Let's see about that. Scene 1. There we go. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Technically, functions like scene start don't really need to be in this functions list, but I think it's kind of better if Game Manager doesn't have to handle that. I'm not sure what Game Manager really will be handy. It kind of just like has all the data and that's about it, and then functions just references it from this like area. But like, I think it probably should have like reference. It's kind of weird how I'm coding this. I don't know. We'll deal with it later because like all this like Game Manager dot, it feels like it should just be locally stored within the functions list, but. Yeah, whatever. I think at some point I will have like different function files. Like this is like the function files for any of the base game stuff, but over time this will expand anyways. Here. So that starts the game. I think I want to do this. So I'm gonna have like a way to do a prompter, right? So, alright. So here's the issue, right? So what we're looking at right now is not this. Alright, so here we are currently, and we are doing the start command roll speed and then light regen. This is all output stuff. And then we'll send the queue, so that's gonna be the next thing, is sending all the queue data. And I think with the queue data, I'll say which dice goes to who, and then I'll just do like A1, D1, and so forth, and then maybe say how much light the unit has. And I think on each instance of an action, it's technically going back to showing next speed. Yeah, I think that's fine. So we'll just send the initial queue, and then we'll start doing next speed. For example, A1, D1, select action. And that's when we're going to start getting to the searching up the action list and all that. So I think part of that too is going to be, let's see here. Low speed, light regen, send queue. So when we send queue, and I think actually I want to do right. Console has an issue, which is that it's a bit big. The text here is a bit large, so I'm just gonna like minimize it a tiny bit. And we're just gonna make it from 25, let's make it from 24, let's just make it 16, font size 16. And then we can just have it so that every time we refresh for 40. I think the issue was that like, if this gets too long, it starts to push down. Yeah, this was like an initial issue. I need to like fix that because that is kind of a weird thing that it has the ability to do that. I don't know how to prevent it from doing that. So it's in this logs thing. And essentially, if you just have a lot of values, it just starts to push. So I need to somehow enforce that this is the bottom. It does shrink and, but the problem is that like, it's not like bleeding upwards. If I do shrink and here, will that actually work? It doesn't seem like it is. It seems like it's still going in both directions. What does this change? Does this change anything notable? Actually, I should probably keep all the text here just so I can like test some things. This doesn't seem to really change anything. This doesn't seem to change much either. Very unusual, very unusual. Alright, does this have an issue either? Let's see. No, it has a limit. If I do expand the text, I think it does have issues then. Yes. But I think the issue is that logs does expand the text. Scroll bar is visible. As soon as it falls to that black scroll confusion, so you can scroll. I don't know if that's actually actively doing anything. Yeah, I don't seem to have any scroll compatibility here. I'm trying to figure out why that is. Like, what is the actual scroll here? You're not actually getting like an actual scroll bar. I'm not sure what exactly is the issue here. Also should turn on auto wrap. Because there was always an issue that like very long stuff would kind of be problematic. So now it actually fits. And it's not gonna cascade out. So that's good. Yeah, this isn't even like selectable. I'm not sure if something's blocking it from being interacted with. It does seem to filter it. I'm not sure. I mean, it's part of this V box. But it should be allowing, it should be permissive for that. I'm not sure. Wait, it is detecting that it does exist. It knows that I do have the ability to focus on it. But it's not liking me still. Very strange. Let's change up the music a bit. We'll switch up the music on occasion, just for the fun of it. Yeah. This is a major issue that I'm trying to resolve. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the issue here is. But actually, refer to the docs when in doubt. Scrolling. What are these? This is rich text table. Rich text table. Oh, you do have to manually score it. Okay. So, Let's see over here. 4.7. I'm using 4.6, so it should be pretty much what I'm looking for. Push paragraph. Push pop. Interesting. Okay, this is just like very basic. This is just saying what it does. I'm just trying to see. Some demos they actually have of the thing. But I don't know, I don't see the scroll bar, which is kind of weird. Like, it's saying it is a scroll bar. Is there like a specific, scrolling vertical scroll bar? Well, that's not doing anything at all, because that's just not attached to anything. I don't think it needs that. Maybe it does, but I'm not exactly seeing. Okay, well that just limits how many characters you can see. It doesn't do anything else. Even that's kind of messed. Oh, no, that's interesting. Like vertical damage doesn't fix anything. That's the issue. Is like. And I'm trying to contain everything in a maximum size listing, or at least like keeping everything bottom justified. Oh, that's just a rectangle that just expands. I mean, it still works for the most part, even in spite of that. So I'm not sure if this... There has to be a better way to do this. Okay, and there's a corner detail, but I don't know what that is. Whatever. That doesn't make sense. Now, we would assume this would be like a container, but it expands. But it doesn't seem to requisite that, so... Oh, that's fill. The problem is that that's fill, which would be fine, and then I would not have to worry about this. Oh, I would still. So, yeah. It doesn't solve anything. I mean, it seems to be working well enough. It's just the issue is the V-Box it's like just getting into pushing everything out. So I want to fix this because this is pretty annoying to deal with, and I would assume that like and justifying everything would mean that everything would be anchored down here. I mean, anchoring it like that does seem to work. But as soon as I remove everything... Actually, that does seem to work pretty well. Let's see if that does actually work. No, there's still an empty void up here, that's the problem. That's the solution is just to go 1920 by 1080. It does seem to be working pretty well. So then in this case, it wouldn't actually like, there wouldn't be any issue there. There's no real way to full screen this fully. That's about as close as you're gonna get. I mean, that does seem to be working pretty well, so that's fixed at least. And then I can have the overrun command over there. That's actually good, that's useful. So that's done. And now I can focus on something else that's more useful. So the rendering is now mostly fixed. I don't know what the reversing thing here. This is the render log. What was this for? Oh yeah, this is just to crop everything out, yeah. I can actually show the entire list of things without suffocating. But actually, I should add a scroll functionality, which should be under console. I should be able to take the logs, then edit them. So let's see. If I look at built-in functions for this, I should be able to find some information here. Yeah, there is mouse exited, mouse entered. Hover and Metaconnect. Resize. Well, that's gonna happen a lot. Are there any scroll flags in here? Item rectangle change. Visibility change. Oh yeah, GUI input, okay. I'd rather have it all the way up here. Okay, so GUI input, and there should be two different types of events. So if I need to check school events, so let's see. There does seem to be a scroll container, but that's a bit of a different thing. Scroll balls are needed. Scroll balls are automatically drawn at the right. Okay, well that's a different thing. It's just automatic scroll balling when needed. I guess there should be input mapping. Scroll up, scroll. Oh yeah, scroll up, scroll down is in here. So we do have scroll up, scroll down, which for whatever reason is control up and control down and physical, but that's fine, we can deal with that later. I think I made these, scroll up, scroll down. Doesn't seem to be wanting to print anything. logs GUI input. So theoretically I should be receiving some sort of input here. Although I guess it's because there's no size to it, so yeah, now there is, yeah, okay. So you only get inputs when it's like big. Now I have to remember how to actually do inputs, because I don't actually remember how inputs work. So this is a different question. But yeah, now I'm remembering that part of the issue is, yeah, logs doesn't have expanded height. I should probably change that, right? Like, I should probably change it so logs does expand. But it should, logs, VBox should allow for that, right? Or maybe the issue is that this isn't expanding. Okay, there we go. So that should be good. That actually should fix a lot of issues. Let's see. So that is thing here. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's the scroll ball. There's the physical scroll ball that I've been wondering why it doesn't exist. Okay, so is there like, okay, so now there's an issue of like, I can't actually see all the stuff because it's all the way up here. And that's when we probably want to do, okay, well that's an issue. Because now it's all the way up here, and the problem with that is that it's not where it should be, which is down here. Yeah, okay. And therein lies the issue, right? So I probably want to connect it to VBox overall when you put a scroll command, just because, like, there's this issue. So for now, I'll probably want to leave it like this. But that itself does seem to work. Or maybe not anymore. Maybe it is broken. But I'm not even seeing anything. Oh, okay, I got rid of fit content, that's why. Oh yeah, it's still broken. Okay, well at least this like kind of works well enough. Even though it's never gonna be perfect. That's like a different issue. Just because I can't seem to work with that. I don't actually have a clear command on my console yet, which is interesting. I should probably change that. But it's not necessary right now. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, okay. So now we know how this works, and then we'll deal with this later, the GUI input stuff, we'll deal with this later. Just because we don't have anything for it just yet. Alright, that's fine. So we'll actually just start working on other things then, because we can't get that to work. we're gonna have to, let's see, what's our next step here? Okay, so functions. We do have scenes start working. I do want to post like the entire list and like a more proper form. The thing is, I don't actually have console.add style. Maybe I just like use console.add style here. Let's see. Or we can just make a specific console command, which is going to be display speed dice. Display dice list. Also, by the way, when it came to weaknesses, I did make a mistake. This is supposed to be if it's C2, if it's stagger, then it's supposed to be C1, the primary color for stagger. So now it should be this unit A1, and it will actually display A1 property now. And there's some weird white space, but that's fine. So those are the two units that exist. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. So now we're going to do function, and this is going to be display speed dice. Actually, I should probably have a list of used speed dice so that you can technically like, still target a unit. Well, you can still target a unit anyways because you target by unit, not by speed dice. But this is so which turns have already been done. So let me actually make that. In Game Manager, use the used list, which is dictionary. String int, just because I don't actually have a dictionary for used speed dice. So when you remove a speed dice, right, so there's saving a speed dice and then there's removing it. So, okay. What we're gonna do here is, so remove speed dice is fine. This removes it from the actual thing. Well, actually, this can be problematic. It's gonna add, yeah, so. We shouldn't actually use remove speed dice, because that's more for erasing it. So we just want to normally erase it. Oh, I think it actually does it return. Oh, it only returns it if it existed. Okay, so erase doesn't return like the old value. Let's see if I can maybe compress this down, so I could just you know, set it to the erased value. of the dice, but no, it's not a thing. So what's gonna happen here when we remove the speed dice, we're just gonna do and then erase. And then for this one, we're going to do the same thing, but now instead of from dice list, it's from save list. Which is a bit more crude code, but this is actually just the better logic. So now when we roll speed dice, we're going to we're gonna clear all of the save this is gonna get cleared, and then use this is gonna get cleared. And actually another thing too is when we do run game and we start to add things to the units. Right, so add unit exists, but before we do that, when we do run game stat, we are going to actually do game manager dot unit list, and then we're just gonna clear that as well. So then if we do scene, it'll obviously erase everything there, and we need to make sure that we can print all the speed dice. So displaying speed dice. The way we're gonna display it is probably gonna be like, for instance, the speed value, and then who it's attributed to, so A1, D1, and then maybe how much light they have. Just to show how much light they actually have. Even like periods, just to show how much light they have. Like, if they have 6 light, that's how much light they have. Just to give you some idea. And then, I think the speed value will be bolded. This probably maybe not be bolded. And maybe we'll just use purples for everything. Or allies can be... Well, actually no, we can just color it in the color of the unit. Because why not? We can do that. So... kind of in the same vein as like how everything here was bolded. Speed turn order. Speed dice turn order. And then we are going to, let's see. And now is when we start doing everything else. So so we're going to just do a function, also print speed. So printing speed dice is going to be pretty simple. It's just going to be, and we do need the unit. So the unit is a string. And also where we're getting it from. So that's going to be the list ID, which is just going to be equal, which is going to be default value of 0. So, then we're just going to do matching the list ID. If it's 1, if it's anything random, so like 0 included, then dictionary will be equal to game manager dot dice list, and then another ones are 1 and 2, 1 being the save list, and then 2 being the use the list. Oh, it's untapped. Oh, it does. Order does matter, it seems. Okay, interesting. That's kind of like spatially not nice, but sure. That is a wild card. So dictionary, and then after that, we're just going to do from the dictionary, we're gonna get the speed value. So so then we're going to do be equal to the dictionary, and then we're going to get the value of a unit if speed is equal to null. Then we are going to return because there's nothing else to do. Moving forward, we do have the speed value. So actually, first of all, if game manager dot unit list, so if they don't have the unit, then we just return. Oh wait, well actually unit, the problem with unit is we do have to you have to check before the dice, so that would mean like A1, A10, and so forth. So that's going to be well, I guess as long as the dice exists, it doesn't matter if the unit exists. In a weird roundabout way, like, that shouldn't really matter. That's just going to cause like that's a check that doesn't really need to exist. So we're just going to go with that. Okay, so if the speed is null, we would just return. Pretty cool. So let's see, what else is there to this? Let's see. So if speed is null, we're just going to return. And if it does exist, then first of all, we are going to save that speed value, and then we are going to need to check the color. So we'll just get the color as well. And that's going to just be from... actually, we need to save the unit as well, right? Okay, so we do actually need the unit. It does actually matter if the unit does exist. We are required to have the unit. So unit is going to be, so I'm just going to rename this to dice because it's a specific dice we're looking for. In the case that not the variable unit is going to equal dice dot split, and we're gonna split it by the denominator d. So there shouldn't be like any unit that's like d1 or something. We're gonna assume that the unit is something like that, and then we're going to get the first element, and then we're just gonna check if not game manager dot has game manager dot unit list dot has this unit, then we're just going to return because that means the unit does not exist. That's going to be the operation there. Moving on from that, we will have the unit determined now. So now we can now get the color value, which is going to equal the unit. Actually, what I do specifically just want the units unit data. I should just call this unit data because I'm going to have to actually specifically get from this. Well, actually, no. Okay, so this is the unit. So if, yeah. So then we're going to get the variable unit data, which is going to equal game manager dot unit list. And then we're going to get the value unit, and then that should give us a specific value, and then we just get the unit data from that, which doesn't want to give it to me. Oh, because I wrote manager. I keep on misspelling manager as manager. Now I should be able to do dot data set. Yes. Actually, what I could do is I can just do this preemptive. Well, technically not preemptively because if unit doesn't exist, then I can't do dot data set. So this is fine enough. Now we can do raw color, which would equal data tree dot fetch data from the unit data, and we are going to be fetching color. Now, I don't really need variables for this because I'll just print everything out here. What we're going to do is I can just have the variable text, raw text, which is going to equal an empty string to start. It will actually equal, it was first start off by equaling. Actually, when we do print speed dice, yeah, it's fine. We'll do an empty one space to begin, just because of what we want to do there. What matters is variable text is equal to that empty string, and text will then just equal add style, and it's going to be a string which is going to be equal to. I'm gonna assume the speed values are all ints. Yeah, the speed values are all ints, so we should be fine. So string of the speed value, and that's going to be with the color. Basically the orange color, which should be fine. Well, actually, it does matter here. So we should actually have the color here, a different color value, and that's going to equal and then we're just going to define it as a string. And for each color, it's actually a bit different. So. Okay, I'm doing constructing. So with this, let's see. With this, we're gonna have save this. Color will equal just normal orange. Otherwise, it will equal more of a aqua color. And then finally, if there, well, you know, this is the regular one. Save list is aqua. The regular list is orange, and the empty list here is going to be red because the color doesn't exist, the dice doesn't exist. The dice has been used, is that instance, and that's going to be that there. So now we're going to add style, and then it will be color, and then bold is going to be true. So after all of this too, we're then going to add log text after everything is all said and done. Then we're going to do text plus equals, and it's going to be kind of like this, where it's speed dice value here. I could actually probably just oopsies, I guess it's like on the dashboard. I can probably just do it like this. Have a space here. I'm gonna assume no one has over 100 speed, so we're just gonna like kind of play it as a thing. That should be fine. It'll be more like this. Text plus equals, and then this character here. What follows after that will be the name of the character. So actually, I'll do it like this. Technically, it's like I can do it like A1D1, or I can just say, hey, this is the hooligan who goes at this point. Both of them work. Both of them are pretty valid. I'll probably do like hooligan dice here, and then I'll do the actual dice signature A1D1 here, so that you can actually pick. Again, the text adventure version is going to be very rudimentary and more mechanically, more functional based, and not so much raw utility. So text will then, after that, have the name of the character. We'll just do name of the character, why not? So add style, and it will be data tree dot fetch data, and then we're going to get, and it's going to be from the unit data, and the path will be name, and then with color, and then true. Alright, these are supposed to be 0. Yeah, I'm gonna make a better fetch data, because the fetch data array is useful, but this is for handling other issues. I'm gonna make another method at some point. I need to make it. I won't do it today. I really don't want to do it today, because it's honestly easier to refactor with something rather non-essential than deal with it now and suffer consequences of it. So that's going to be the name, and then text plus equals another space, and then for I in the value of data tree dot fetch data from unit data, and then attributes slash current light, we are going to text plus equals add style. Actually, I don't have to do it like for int. I can just do a specific text value, which is going to have the color of FFECC here. Or did I do FFFCC? Yeah, I did. And that color here is going to be actually, I think it's like is there like a string repeat function? Let me check. There should be like a string copy thing. Let's see. Here's the string documentation here. Let's see. Is there a count? Is it count? Oh, not. No, that's just counting how many things are in there. We need to return a string that's like a repeater. Padding? Oh, there's actually like automatic patterns, I think. I should probably use those more often. Repeat? repeats the string a number of times. Okay, so I can just do, I can do dot repeat, count times, and it will be this many times. And then after we have added all of those dots, that's going to be the speed value, kind of. And then we're going to do plus thing here. Goes in. And then finally, text just equals add style, and then it is going to be the dice name. And then what I'll actually do here is I'll do FF6464. I mean, allies red or allies green doesn't matter. I'll just do FF64. Why not? Let's see if that works. So print speed dice there. And then when we display all speed dice, all we're gonna do is for D in game manager dice list, which actually this isn't sorted. I do need to sort it. I do need to make a sorted dice list. Because technically sort, I don't think actually sorts correctly. So obviously, what we want to do is we want to do I mean, get next dice kind of does that, but get next dice is kind of like a thing. If I do a dot sort, okay, so I probably need to like do a map sort kind of thing. Yeah, I probably should do like a auto sorter. I'm trying to think. Yeah. So function sort speed dice. So, okay, so it's gonna be an inverted speed thing, and I can do speeds that sort. How does this sort? In ascending order. Okay. That should be fine. If I should have shown here that if they did C1 and B2, it goes 0, 1, 2, 1 and not 0, 1, 2, just to show how that's supposed to work. So anyways, we're gonna first start with 4 each dice in game manager dot dice this. We're just going to do speeds dot set. The key is equal to D, and the value is equal to game manager dot dice list value D, but then inverted so that we can sort backwards. And I keep missing the spelling here. Then we're just going to do speeds dot sort, and then game manager dot dice list is going to equal speeds. I can do duplicate, yeah. So duplicate, and then we just do that for each dice list here. Bop bop. That's not correct. Bop bop. Well, I guess I should probably do like a dictionary thing here. Like so. Then we just return a dictionary. String int. Yeah, actually I do have to invert afterwards. So we just take the D and dice here. And then after that, we're just going to do var new dice, which is going to be a dictionary of a string int, and then for speed in speeds, we're just going to do new dice dot set D. We're going to set speeds S to native speed. Does that work? Because it's a list, it's a array of ints. Does it make an issue? Does it cause an issue? I'm gonna assume it hopefully doesn't. And then return new dice. There's no way to like sandbox test this with an input value, I don't think. Is there? I'm going to assume no. Yeah, I don't know if I can directly test these things here. Can I do export? Let's see. So run function outside game. I don't know. It should be a thing. Okay, that's not really what I'm looking for. Okay. Well. So speed dice. So. with all the speed dice here. This should hopefully work. I'm gonna assume because it's like an array of dice, an array of speeds, an array of random integers that's like not arranged. It should hopefully work. Let me see. Let's do. If I do roll speed and I do sort speed dice, what will be printed out? Let's see. Let me again print out dice list, and then I'm going to do functions dot sort speed dice list, and make dice list equal that, and then print it again. Let's see if that breaks something. Okay, well, it's not. Oh, we're just printing it, that's why. Oh, well, the value is empty. Both instances. Is one game set not functioning? Oh, one game set is very different than SotCIE. Scene start. Right, I'm dumb. And then I'm going to do functions dot scene start. And then instead of this, I'll just do add push console for these. I don't actually need to print the file tree anymore. This is like old. I don't need to print the file tree anymore. That was back when I actually need to diagnose issues. But at this point, everything seems to be working just about fine. Okay. It does kill something. Something does die as a result. Okay, so this does not want to work. Have to set a value type string to the. Wait, what? Did I flip these? I did flip these. That's why. I'm supposed to be setting the integer here and then the string here. And then when it comes back to this, we are now going to put, the string goes here and then okay, that should be fine. There we go. It works now. It does sort it. I don't have a long list of units, so we're actually going to do something very funny today. We're going to go to the, we're going to go to game stat, and we are going to just make a ton of units. We can just make as many as we want. There's no limit. We can just kind of A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, and A8. And then we'll do the same for all of the enemies, right? We're just gonna make a ton of enemies. Maybe not that many, but we can make a ton of enemies. Like that. Oh, right, we have to recompile that now. So let's recompile the game that we just made. Very, very, functional game. It's been about 2 days since we last had to recompile the game, so pretty cool. And now, oh, that's a bug. Okay, so it does do what I expected it to do. Because they're ints, it decides that it doesn't want to, oh, because it's duplicates, right, we can't do that. I'm dumb. Yeah, we can't actually do that. They're all duplicates, and because there's duplicates, it's gonna this won't even like print the same result every time, right? I should have realized this was gonna happen. Yeah, we can't do that. So sorting speed dice like that doesn't work. We can't just do flip the values, sort them out. It unfortunately doesn't work. That's unfortunate. I should have expected this. Okay. What are we gonna do now? That's not good. That's not good. Also, why is this? Oh no, that's normal. I'm like thinking about things that aren't even issues. Okay. So that was, I should have realized this was gonna happen. Let's see. Also, I'm gonna switch up the music again. Why not? Always good to switch on the music. Let's see. Do I want to do this one? Let's see. What if we just did minima? What if we just did bat minima? We can loop this for a while. This song is so peak. We can loop it for a while. Okay. So sorting speed dice did not work because insorting was a terrible mistake. Never do it. So do we need to worry about that? I mean, it's still useful to have the sort speed dice, even if you don't sort the actual whole array of the dictionary yourselves. Huh, okay. Yeah, okay, that's not gonna work. So what do I do then? Do I actually make it an actual sorting algorithm to sort these stupid things? I mean, anyways. Yeah, what we can actually do is we can just make, so when we sort speed dice, we can just return. Let's change this up a bit, right? So we're going to return an array of strings. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to actually vastly change how this works. So we're just going to return null for now, and then we're going to delete this because this doesn't work anymore. Yep, it's going to be 8 for that. This is about the value of type specifications. So that's how that flows. And then there you go. Oh, you can't return null? Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so here's what's gonna happen, right? We are going to make a copy, right? So, this copy is equal to dice.duplicate, and we'll keep it, even though we shouldn't have to. What? Tree instead of true. What? And then for get next speed dice, we're just gonna find highest of dictionary. Which scheme dictionary, and then the variable here, and then SotCIE is now high key. Very funny, very funny. That's equal to k. And then we just return the highest key. Okay, that should work theoretically. And then all we have to do is return highest in dictionary. Dictionary is that, and that should work. Let's just make sure that actually does fully function. Here. Just gonna remove that. And then we can do functions dot get XP dice. Oh, I didn't print it, that's why. And that's not too nice. No? Oh. It actually kind of breaks. Unfortunately, that's how things work. There you go. And that should not work. Yep, so A2 is the highest, that's 6. And the highest is the first one that appeared in this, and if I run it again, it should still print something else, and it would be A7, cool, A7 dice 0, awesome. So that works, I'll keep that there for now for sending you testing. Highest in dictionary will be useful. I'm gonna put this down a bit lower, where some of this is more important, so I actually keep it up here. It gets directly used up here, so we can use it over here. Okay. So, now with that, we can just do a highest in dictionary. So now we can do 4. Okay, so while dice copy dot size is higher than 0, we're just going to do the key is equal to highest in dictionary, and it's going to be the dice copy dictionary. And all we're going to do is put that in the list. So then we're going to see. Oh wait. Maybe I'm not coding this right. So each one that we remove. So oh no, we're getting highest in the dictionary each time. So we should be putting the highest at the beginning of the list. So then we're just going to do sorted dot add. Can I just do? Is it add? Is add a thing? Assign? No, not assign. Put? Is there a put? Push front. Oh, I can just do push front. Ooh, cool. Awesome. Push front. We just push front key. So we just push front the highest. I don't even need this. I just push front the highest. So do that iteration, and that should return the sorted values. Yeah. Okay. So that should be probably working just fine. I'm just gonna test that right now. So then we can just do function, add push, and then we can just do, we can now push. Let's see. I don't think it's gonna like me printing out an entire string array. If I do functions dot sort speed dice, and then I sort the dice list, that's gonna be an array, so it's not gonna like that. Can I convert an array? There's not an array stringify, is there? I can't convert from an array. Join? Oh wait, it's join, right? Can I just do dot join? No. Huh, maybe I'm the dumb one here. Okay, map, max, hit random. Is there not a way to array the string? Hold on. Surely I'm not dumb, right? So, go array to string. I guess I can just iterate through it, but yeah, not seeing like an exact thing here. Okay, I'm just gonna use the normal console print because that does handle arrays. It makes my life easier. So if I do that, I probably killed something. Did I? I killed something. I did. It definitely killed something. Oh, okay, I didn't remove the value. That's why. No wonder that didn't work. Very simply, I forgot to dice copy dot erase the key I'm looking for. So that's going to be highest in dictionary. So I do need the variable key, which is equal to highest in dictionary, dice copy, and that's going to be, we're going to add that to the array, and then we are going to remove it from the copy. Yeah. That should hopefully fix it and not cause me to view. And I broke something. Tried to return it away. Oh, and we're just gonna remove that. That shouldn't be necessary. That shouldn't be justified. And does that sound about right? A6 is speed dice 1. A2 is speed dice 1. 5 is speed dice 2. 3 is 2. E3 is 3. E1 is 3. A8 is 3. E8 is 4. E7 is 4. E6 is 4. And you can see that there is priority to the earlier ones, so E6, E7, E8, because that index here is the highest. I should probably reverse this so that the highest one is, yeah, so A1 is the highest at 6, followed by E5, and then A4 is the only 4, A7 is also 4, yeah, okay, so E2 is also 4, 4. So actually I'll real quick reverse that, so then we'll do here, we'll do push, we'll do that push back, and then that should fix it. And I don't really need these anymore. But this is going to be useful so that when I get to printing the speed dice here, I can then just do a sort speed dice here. Now I also need to assure that when I run this, it doesn't mutate dice list, which it shouldn't. And as you can see, it does not mutate dice list. Perfect. Everything works as planned. So I can get rid of this. And I can go back to here. And now we can do for dice in functions dot sort speed dice, and the dice is going to be game manager dot. I keep on saying manager. I need to say manage, not no, it's manager. Oh my goodness. Why did I pick hard words to spell digest? For each of those, we're going to print speed dice, and the dice is going to be D, and that's it, right? Yep. This ID is 0. And then we're just going to copy that twice, and then we're going to do, instead of dice list, save list, and instead of dice list here, we're going to do use list. And then that's going to be index 1 and next 2. So now display speed dice will be going over here. I'll still put args in here even though there are no arguments. Like, arguments is not expected here. We're gonna have a lot of commands that just don't need args. This is getting very long. This is actually kind of getting problematically long. Okay, there we go. There's all the speed dice. Look at that. I do want to put a space before the light thing here. Oh, I should also show all this, the light that they don't have, right? And all the light that they're missing. So we're gonna do that real quick. We're gonna make a couple adjustments. Max light. Then we're just going to subtract that from the value here. So raw, current light. Oh, it's just a string, cool. And this would just be A. Alright, let's see. So now I just have to do edit unit A1 current right to 0. Oh, current night doesn't exist. Am I dumb? Oh, attributes dash current night, right. So that's gonna be edit unit A1 attributes dash current light and set to 0. A2 we're gonna set to 2 or set to 1. And then A3 we're gonna set to 2. And then we're going to do scene. Oh! Hold up. Oh, because we're putting in float. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so we're gonna have to make an edit thing because yeah, I did kind of forget that and one of the issues with this so far is that if you don't have if you're trying to edit it from the menu like that, it will throw it and turn it into a string, which is not useful. That is very, very bad. So we do need to fix that really badly. What a wonderful time to exist. Okay. Okay. What we're going to have to do is... What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to change this a tiny bit because... Yeah, I think we need to have like a typing thing so I can do like, if I do 0f, it will know it's a float. If I do like 0 int or 0d. Minecraft does like 0d, 0 float and stuff. And if I do like an R like this, like a or something, I don't know, that's going to be tough. But what we're going to do here is... we're gonna have to make it so it can read, and if you give it a value here, you know what's so funny too? These edit unit commands and stuff, they're actually much more closer to functions for JSON than these functions are. Like, there is something about command-based, console-based coding that kind of works here. It did give me some cool ideas of possible systems I can develop, but those were like really, really annoying to make. Like, really, a lot of these things take a long time to make. Like, even this is taking a pretty long while to create everything. And it's like already pretty big. Like, we put 300 lines of code on the console command here. Just making like so many different command functions here. There's a lot of things to create. So let's think about it. The issue is in edit unit, right? like reading any of the edit ones, isn't there like an edit? No, there isn't actually an edit name. We only have edit unit because that's the only one that really matters to us. Even though it's not gonna stay for long. So arg3 is the actual values, right? Arg3 is our value, and what are we gonna do to our value, right? We need to check if it's a float or whatever else. So if args3 and for this one, val is equal to the flow We won't do anything with arrays and stuff here because we just kind of can't. Well, actually, what we're gonna do is if args3 dot equals and then this one, which is just going to be an object, then val is equal to an object. That's going to be how we're going to do that. So then you can actually add objects into the thing, which is kind of a bit wonky, but I don't mind it. It's actually kind of funny, right? Like you can just print out a lot of random garbage now, just because you feel like it. Why not? You know, why not? So, let's go with that then. Woo! So for instance, we can do unit search A1 name, and then we can do edit unit A1 name to become this, and then we can do unit search A1 name there, and then we can do edit unit A1 name to become array, and then unit search A1 name, and it is now not an array because that did not work. Hello? Okay, so lies were told, I suppose. I guess lies were told. This is mostly a variant. Why would you do this to me? It's not Java. There isn't a dot equals. Why are we doing this to me? I'll be serious. Are you for real? Or is it filtering? Oh, is it because it's gonna do left bracket? It might be doing left bracket. That might be the issue. Let's see. So, unit search A1 name unit, and then we can do edit unit A1 name, and then set it to this, and then we can do unit search A1 name, and then we can do edit unit A1 name to become an array, and we can do unit search A1 name, and it's now an array, and then we can do edit unit A1 name /0 and set it to something, and it breaks because for some reason we can't insert. We should be able to create level. Come on. Oh, it should be if size is less than the level. Well, we fixed another bug by proxy. Cool. I don't know why I did that. That's a very stupid move. So now we can do unit search. I need to have like a way to do command relay and have a long chain of arrays. I can make that next. I think that'd be a nice next project, is to make that command, so I can just issue a bunch of commands as a line. Honestly, at this point, I'm thinking the console command structure is kind of what I want to use for JSON. Like, you can just issue commands through that, and it just kind of works, right? Like, it just kind of works. It works very well. It can cause some issues, but it does seem to work pretty well. It only works in the instance of like sequentiality without instantaneous response factor, which is kind of an issue, but whatever. I think there's ways around it. But that's just when you get into like the command stack, which is kind of funny. So now we can do edit unit A1 to that. Oh. I want to get a nice screenshot of it. So we're going to do unit search, A1 name, and then edit unit A1 name becomes that. And unit search A1 name, and then edit unit A1 name, and then a new array. And then unit search A1 name. Now it's an array, and now we can do edit unit A1 name 0 to something. And it breaks again, index 0. Why? It's less than. The size is 0, which is, I guess it's less than. Oh wait, it is less than or equal. Yeah, you do have to resize it if the size is less than or equal. If the size isn't greater. Wait, I was correct. Then why is it? What? Is it because I'm trying to throw a level to an int? Level is technically a string. But I think int should work, right? Does int not? Int from string, yeah, it should work. I should be able to do that. I'm gonna guess it might have issues, but I don't know where else I'm gonna have issues. Same rules as string.toInt, yeah. That should be fine. I mean, is levels always a string? Levels isn't specified as a string, is it? I mean, it's path, so it is levels is supposed to be a string, right? Levels is a string. Like, we know that this is a string. I don't think there's any instance where this isn't a string. If I do string, this should be great, right? Oh, well, maybe if I actually do my parameters correctly, but yeah, I mean, you're just passing the string to an integer. If level is a valid int, then it gets thrown to an int. And our data type is an array. Why is this happening? We're resizing it to that size. That's the array's size to this size. So we're setting it to, oh, well, I'm resizing it to, hold up, that's the issue, Okay, so now we do unit search, A1 name, edit unit, A1 name is going to become this, and then unit search, A1 name, and then edit unit A1 name to become an empty array, and then unit search A1 name, and then we do edit unit A1 name 0 to something, and then we do unit search A1 name, and it has something, and then we can do edit unit A1 name 2 to something else, and then we can do unit search A1 name, and it puts a null in there for whatever, I don't care, that's fine, cool, awesome, it works. And that's functional code. The code functions well enough for me. I don't care. Okay. I like using Discord to like save these. It's like such a crude way of doing this. I need to print it as a square so that it doesn't get cropped out by YouTube for whatever evil reason. But this does work. I can now do some other crazy stuff. Like unit search A2. That's unit search A2. Oh. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. Okay, so unit search A2. And we're going to search for A2's class. Why not? And then, oh wait, okay, hold on. Let's do unit search A2 attribute actions, and then we can do unit search. We can change it to unit. We can now do it edit unit A2 actions, and then make it a object, and then unit search A2 actions, and now it's an empty object because why not, right? Why not? That's a thing you can do. That's a thing you can do with my system. You can cause chaotic damage to the code base. This is valid. It's just gonna cause issues later. It's just gonna cause very major issues, right? So for example, right, I can do scene, right, and I can do disp speed, right, and there you go. But then if you do edit unit A2 attributes current light, and then set it to an empty array, right? And then you do unit search A2 attributes / current light, and it's now an empty array, and then you do disk speed, it's gonna crash. It can crash. Just for the fun of it, you know, just for the fun of it, right? It's so good, it's so good. But yeah, now we have, so if you do disk speed, it's just kind of empty. It's just kind of empty, right? Like disk speed, you can just spam disk speed, and there's like nothing to show, right? Like you can just do that. But if you do seed and then disk speed, yeah, it's all sorted. Now I have to make a way to use speed dice, and once you use speed dice, it's gonna start cutting these out over time, and then it's gonna start re-rolling everything. But you can see everything is sorted, right? You can see the 6 speeds and everything. Very, very cool. Yeah, look at that. So that's all the speed dice values. And there's so many enemies. Obviously you shouldn't have everyone have the same name. That's always a bad move to have every single unit of both sides of the field have the same exact name down to the second. But you know, that's allowed to happen, I guess. But yeah, okay, so actually if I do edit unit, so now I can do edit unit A2. So first of all, okay, I can do unit search A2 current speed, no, not current speed, attributes / current light. And now I can do edit unit A2 attributes / current light, and then set that to I. And then if I do unit search A2 attributes / current light, that's 2. And if I do disk speed, it will actually show. And that is impossible to see. I can barely even tell that thing is grayed out. We need to make that a bit darker. Let's have 64, 64, 64. Why not? I'm gonna actually do this. I'm gonna do this speed on this. Oh. Scene. Okay, hold on. Let me reset this so I can get a nice screenshot. Honestly, today's been pretty productive. For 2 hours, we're actually getting an actual things to show. This speed. What? Oh, I wrote up the wrong thing. I need to show off this. Okay. Scene. This speed. Right. And then we can do. A1 is the. They both rolled 1 speed. What is this? Now we can do edit. I know it. It sorts. Trust me, it sorts. But yeah, you know, edit unit. A1. And then we're going to do attributes / current light. And then we're going to set it to 2i. Or we can set it to 1i. And then we can do this speed again. And you can see that is still very, very not too dark. It's like pretty bright. You can still pretty easily tell that there's a missing light there. I want to use like a really dark color. Should I just go like 32, 32, 32, like really, really dark? What, 40, 40, 40, something like that? 32, 32, 32, like 50, I think, right? Is it? I don't know. 3 times? Yeah, it is. 40, 50. It's 50. It's like a 50 brightness. So if I do the scene, this speed. Oh, yeah. Maybe this time they won't both roll 1, right? So scene, this speed. Oh, I'm gonna keep opening up the same tab again and again. Scene, this speed. They both rolled 5! What is this? Okay. Now we do edit unit, A1, current, no, attributes / current light, and then we're gonna set it to 1i, and then we're going to do this speed again, and you can, okay, now it's like pretty tough. If you blur your vision, you can actually really tell. On face value here, it's kind of hard to see, but you know, you get the point. It works. It works. We've got a lot of things to show tonight. We got a lot of things to show off. Things are actually working. This is impossible. I didn't know they could do this. Sweet. This is beautiful. And if I do scene, scene, and then do this speed. Why is that 32? Oh, I'm changing the wrong color. That's why. Oh, okay. So I know now. Oh, okay. So okay, it works. Actually, scene isn't oh, the light is regenning. Oh my goodness. Hold on. The light is actually regenning. Hold on. We need to fix this. This is AAA. This is supposed to be what's supposed to change. 64, 64, 64 should be dark enough. I don't know what I was doing there. Okay, so if I do this, right? Not with like all the millions of units I added, like the 16 units of Doom. If I do scene and then this speed, and then I do 2s, they both roll 2 every single time. I know they can roll different values, but every single time I do this, they roll the same value. Edit unit A1, attributes / current light. I'm going to set to 1i, and then we do this speed. And now there's only 1 light, and then if we do scene, and then we do this speed, they'll actually roll different values, and then if we do scene, and then we do this speed, they actually roll different values. But E1 rolls 6 twice in a row. That's kind of nice. I don't know why my system is weird, and like, it's not that the first roll always has to be that, right? Like, surely not, right? If I do scene and then this speed, they're gonna be different. They're not different. They're both 2. There has to be something cursed going on, right? There's no way, right? So I do scene and then this speed, and then they're actually different, but there's 2 and a 1. Like, what? Can we roll some high starting values? Like, can we be nice today? Scene and then this speed, and then they both roll 1s. 1 in a 36 chance, and how many times did I hit it? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Scene and then this speed, and then they both have 5 1. Okay, that's nice. That's like pretty good. This is stuff that makes me want to do gotcha pulls, and I pull for banners. I don't need to pull banners on because like, what is this lock? Okay, now it's like more normal. But I've seen so many 2s today. Can we? Now I'm just gambling at this point. 6 and a 3. You know what? I'm gonna end it off on that. We're never gonna get double 6s in the morning. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, we're done with that. Okay, that was annoying. I did not like. I'm going crazy, aren't I? Yeah, I think I am. I really love, I will say, the thing I think about Godot is this code review in the corner is so nice. Like, my code is so massive, but you can start to see, like, some of the different coding natures of different things. Like, this giant block of Doom, which is all of the prints for the, display unit and stuff. Like, yeah. Oh, also, that's another thing, too, right? Like, I can do, like, display unit A1. And then if I do, edit, because this was actually a thing that wasn't working before. A1, I do current attributes dash current light, and then I do 1i, and then I do disp unit A1, and then I do scene, and then I do disp unit A1. It actually shows a thing. Look at that. That's so awesome. I don't even have slides to show off today. We just have like work to show off. This is so cool. Like, it's actually just like cool things to show off. There's so much to like see. So, okay. This is actually working very nicely. You can see light regen works. Speed dice. I don't have speed dice visualization here. I can add them now. I can actually add the speed dice. Whew. Okay, this is good. This is very good. This is very, very good. I do need to start making use speed dice. There's still a lot of work to do. Like, this is like, it's so funny. Like, imagine if I had to do on my normal code system. Like, I would die. I would die if I had to do Planus Rolecall in this system. There's so much more in Planus Rolecall to make work. I mean, like, I guess like Planus Rolecall doesn't have like the same like, system loop. Like, this one has a very rigid system loop I have to follow. Planus Rolecall is like I'm out in the open, and this one's like more refreshing and also just more painful because it's more possibilities I'm not ready for. And that's always a fun time, you know. That's always a wonderful time dealing with possibilities you cannot deal with. We've been putting this one on D for a while. I am back. Okay, cool. We're gonna switch the music up a bit now. I would wait for the piano, sorry, if we're not doing that. Okay, cool. So, this unit now works. This is pretty solid. So many speed dice. This distribution is like so weird. I rolled 1-3 and like 5-2s. Like again, like what's the 2 bias here? Why is there such a 2 bias? But you can see A1 is missing 1 light. That's pretty cool. Right over here, A1 is missing 1 light. Very, very nice to see. Yeah, this is working pretty well. Another thing I want to test actually real quick is, I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna do something very weird, which is, okay, so I'm gonna give every hooligan speed dice amount 2, and then it's gonna go very badly. So I'm going to compress this, and I'm gonna make it A12, and then you're gonna see why this is a terrible idea, which is let's just do scene, and then this speed, and then yeah, that's a lot of speed dice, and you can see A1 goes first, then A2, then A1 D1. A6 dice 1 is actually the highest speed. So this is an interesting thing, and it's like in the visualization, they'll be resorted on the visual side, but here they're like not sorted like that. Like D0 and D1. D1 can be higher than D0. I could sort them. That's a bit much effort. I could do it. It probably is the better way to do things. But then you have things like saving speed dice and stuff, which could be a thing. No, not really. So this is pretty good. Okay. So, yeah, this is 32 speed dice, I believe. Yeah, because it's like there's only 5 lines of the console showing beyond that before it starts to override. Yeah, 32 speed dice. But that's good. That's good. That does work. So our next line of business is, let me actually kill all the dogs here. I don't need them anymore. It's now time to actually start using speed dice. This is the fun part where we actually use the speed dice. So this is when we're going to get to, which part are we at? So, we have the queue now. We do have this queue. This queue does work now. Now it's time to show the next speed, which is kind of this section here, where we give the next speed, and then we send the action list. Now, there is something about limits and stuff, and we aren't going to worry about skill limits yet. It is a thing that will come up later, but it's not an issue here. And also, probably also having dimming the actions that cost too much light. There's also that nature too that we have to worry about. So, yeah. So start scene command here. This is all done. We are done with everything from up here to down here, and it is now this section. And once we're done with that, we have the scene loop working. It would then just be our work over tomorrow, likely, to do this. So I'm guessing that we're going to get the action list done today, and maybe action selection, but that's also going to be where we have to work on the output input and the input reception on output query issue, which is a separate thing that we're going to have to worry about. Which is, I'm not sure how we're going to do it. I'm thinking maybe we can have like a queue list of like outputs that are requisiting certain inputs to continue, or we don't, because like so far everything has been kind of segmented in a way, right? Like the action list is displayed. We can display the action list automatically, but when you pick the action, that command won't be like a query request. Now, these are query requests. Like, this subroutine is a query request. It is a specific, hey, do you want to do this thing? Which prevents the action from fully realizing. That is a different issue. That is an actual interrupt to the flow. Here, you can override the flow. There isn't a forced stop to the flow, because all of these output-input motions are direct stopping points and kind of checkpoints for the system, where the system has normalized by this point and doesn't need to really continue, right? And even picking target and stuff, when you select the action and it gives you the unit list, I don't know, this could be select action and then you have an action in the queue as like when you do select a unit for action, it will automatically play this. That can be on checkpoint and sequentiality. That is not the case. And then clashing, half and half, I think. The thing about checking for checking the receiver's response is it's a bit tough. Obviously, if they don't have a response, things will process. That's when you get to the check damage. Calculating damage area here, which causes its own set of issues we will be getting to very soon. But in the case you can clash, that is a query. That is a query where you have to say, do you want to clash or not, which interrupts the natural game flow of when the unit is selected with an action, you will proceed with running the action. Now, I could make a code thing where when you select the action, it is again put into a queue, and doesn't run until further prompted, which is probably what will have to happen. And then when you actually choose to clash if able, that's what actually causes the thing to occur. So when you are proactive against someone who can react, it is queued and kind of halted until further notice. Is I think kind of what needs to happen there. So that is fine. But when we get to subroutines, it gets to the point where you really can't wait without further segmenting the functionality of the game to a greater degree, right? And anyways, with the clash thing, this is a response force, I think, because you have to do the same loop again. So I think this is fine. But these subroutines, how do you do that, right? Because like, for instance, let's take charge. Charge is going to ask, hey, do you want to roll with advantage and spend 1 charge? That is during the roll sequence of the action. The action is currently trying to roll for damage, and it is halted by this. Same thing with poise. You are halted. What that will end up meaning is that the action can normally proceed automatically, instantaneously, which is why we don't have to worry about it yet, actually. We don't have to worry about subroutine until we start adding those prompt statuses. But when we do, the system must be able to halt its current advance and wait for a response. That is going to be a big thing. That is when you are in hardcore system.in. So like for any like Java, C, family program, like your generic, like very fundamental, like baseline level coding sequences, right? And I guess from scratch, you have like ask and wait, that type of thing. And okay, what? Okay, so what I was gonna say was, yeah, so kind of an issue is, let me think. One of the issues right now is that there is, so this whole interrupt issue, right? I'm just trying to check something, which is why it's stalled mentally for a moment. Yeah, okay, so what I will say here is, like all of this can be individual scripts. Individual scripts that are run by doing some prompt, like pressing some button, clicking something. These ones don't work like that. It is specifically the button has been pressed, the button is doing something, but while the button is doing something, it says, hey, you need specifically, not want, you need to do this thing, and then we can proceed. It's the want and need basis here, right? Any want issue is segmentable. Any need issue is a halt. Halt and wait for response issue. How do you tell it to respond, right? And when we get to the JSON elements here, right? I don't have them on these. And there was like, for example, on the Gilded Dagger I showed in the first stream, we had, and yeah, first stream was very chill. It was like really like syllabus material. I was like, hey, how does everything work? And then like, it would take 2 seconds of work. Now we're doing like a long haul work, 4 hours a day. Very good stuff. But I think I'm gonna continue 4-hour stream cycles because they do seem to work pretty well. Like there's obviously a lot of gap fest in between, but it's really useful for aligning your thoughts and figuring out what do you actually want to do with this code system that is very complex and very demanding. It has a lot of ways to do things, but at the end of the day, the issue isn't that I can code it. The issue is that I have to code it with the ability to code it from not coding it, which is these JSON files that I have to be able to read, interpret, and expand upon. Because obviously, I cannot code for all possibilities, so JSON must be able to fill in those possibilities, which means I need to have a foundation that can support infinite possibilities. So yeah, that's why edit unit command and stuff are very important. And commands are basically kind of the prelude to this JSON thing, because JSON is basically, these are all kind of commands in a way. The only issue is you can't kind of daisy chain and nest commands. The goal with the function system is that it probably can, and that's the biggest thing. Right now you can't do any sort of like nesting. Nesting isn't allowed. And I probably will be demoing that stuff starting week 2. Right now everything is going to be built up from the game basis with predictable input values. Input values being my file system. The input foundation is always being the same. Right? We have a very predictable outlet to work off of. And then we're going to start expanding, which is going to be where the fun happens, right? And yeah, that's where we're going to get the statuses, and that's why I started with Burn before I started with Bleed, because Bleed also looks for other things that, of course, are a lot more intensive to think about, right? There's also a bunch of other things that I should probably start to investigate. But that's a whole issue for another time. Right. So, what else do I have to think about? Like, I guess another thing too is also, there's a bunch of other random things I need to solve. But solving all the issues of this system isn't gonna happen so fast. That's just kind of how it goes. Okay, so that's kind of the issue we're at now, right? This input issue, like everything here we've been doing is like output-based stuff. So I think now it's time to make the turn command. Like the turn command is going to say, hey, who is the next speed dice? Say, okay, here's your action list, let's move on. And yeah, I think I just need to be more agile in development here, because it's and a lot of things are going to have to get changed in the future. A lot of coding practices are going to be flawed first time around, but it's like so hard to ruminate and think about what the best game plan is for everything. It's so hard to make good architecture on the first run through, so we're just going to go for it. So yeah, okay, let's see what we can do here. Now we're back to function land. Well, so get next speed dice is gonna go very well in with next turn. Hold on one second, I should manage something real quick. Hold on. Okay, back from pausing briefly. I have to manage blowing my nose. Things happen, you know, like because. Okay. I'm gonna change the music again, why not? Always a good time to change music just for the funsies of it. Actually, let's get some Nimbus music in here. I'll probably get some Nimbus music gameplay. I like how Compass is the first thing that comes up, even though there's like so much more that's like way more viewed. So, next turn! This is when we're gonna get next speed dice, and then we're gonna print out the units action list. Alright, turn, we're going to get next speed dice. Oh yeah, we do have to check if it's empty, and then we're going to go to search saved, right? So in that case, you can actually pick if you want to save dice. If you saved dice, then that's an action you can take. It's just going to be called the save dice action. It's just going to be a universal built-in action, which is just going to save your dice. I should make this automatic. I shouldn't have to make too much manual system in this. You know, it could occur, but, you know, I'm not going to expect too much manual stuff to occur, so I'm just not going to worry about that. So, variable, is save. So, I don't know, what should I call it? Save dice is going to equal game manager dot dice list dot is empty. And then get next speed dice based on save dice. I'll call it is save dice just to make sure it's like notable that it's a Boolean statement. So once we know that it's a save dice and we get the dice, now we have to get the unit, which is now going to be the unit value, which again is going to be something we've done before. I probably should just make this unit. I think actually I've done this in console before. Let me find the method. Function. Let's see. I'm gonna go to space speed dice. Yeah, unit is this. I can probably make this a specific thing, right? Function get unit from dice, and it's gonna be dice string. And then we just return a string, and all we're gonna do here is it's just gonna be this exact same piece of code here, where it's just gonna be split by dice. Although it should probably be like all split dice. Is it all split dice? Let's see. Just so like if you do like D1, D0, right? Like if the unit tag is D1, you can actually get the D1 unit and not another thing. Let's see. If I do all split, all split 0 is it is still okay. So I have to do all split. Max split is 1, and then it would be the first element, I think. I think that should work. I'm gonna assume that works. I might be stupid here. Let me make sure. Let me make sure my thought process is correct. So it's gonna be the exact same thing as here, where if you split by D, first element. Oh wait, I have to get the 0th element still. So if it's if you all split like I'm opening up a calculator. If I'm all splitting like if the unit tag is like I don't know, just D1, D0, it should still all split, and then 0th element is still D1. But if it's like D1, 0, D1, 0, 0, 0, 0, or whatever this is, and then this is the unit tag that it will spit out, and then this is just the dice number, because this can still be infinite and not interfere. I'm just gonna do that. It's a bit nicer. It's probably a bit of a better way to go with this, so we're gonna go with that. Get unit from dice is how I'm gonna do this. So get unit from dice. Actually, let me make sure it works here, right? If I do it here, I should be able to do in console functions dot get unit from dice. Let's see if that works, right? Here we can go scene and this unit Nope. This speed. And it does still display all the units properly. So it seems to be working just fine. There we go. Awesome. My 16 units, each with 2 speed dice. How lovely. Truly what Library of Ruina was designed to be like, surely. And then the unit is equal to get unit from dice, and then the dice is that label. So that is the whole hierarchy there. Oh. I should just use the word die, but plural, singulars, don't care. So now we have the unit, and then we can say we might have a print statement for the next unit, unit turn. But we're also gonna have to get the array action list, which is gonna equal data tree dot fetch data. Oh yeah, right. We do have to get the. So this is unit name. This is just the unit name. We still have to get the actual unit itself, which is going to be from game manager dot unit list, and then the value unit name. So now we just do unit dot data set. Well, you can just do a variable unit data. There's a lot of different hierarchies to everything I kind of want to have in here, and then we'll delete them as they are unnecessary. This just makes things a bit easier for me. So unit data like that. And you're going to fetch actions. So that should just be. Oh, I closed Sublime Text in accident. That would be like in this one character, this action array, and then we'll be able to have all these actions selectable. Now, what I'm thinking is for each action, I just need to show the cost. So I can just say bash in cost 1. Colorization wise, I'll just probably just color them white. Like there's like I don't really have a way to color code them like I could with like PLC, which has different action types. Because everything is based on the dice down here, so there's not really too much I can do. I could maybe have like some sort of like hierarchy where I'm not gonna make this a dual slide because this is really just me showing colors off. Where like if it's all offensive, it's red, right? Like all offensive, it's a red dot, it's red 1. If it's all defensive, it's blue. If it's all counter for some weird reason, like Play My Bones, it's yellow. And then it would actually just full on be like a combination of these colors, right? It would just be whatever combination you have here. I guess this should be green, but like, you know, it doesn't really show. You get the point. You get the point though, right? Like, this is green if it has the basic counter, and if it has all of them, then it's white. That's an option I could possibly do, but it'd be a bit of a stretch. Like that's essentially kind of how I'm gonna play this out, right? Like this is kind of the system. So if you have a offense, a block, and a counter, it will do a white color. This could be a useful way of doing it. I'll probably do them as very light colors though, right? Like I'll probably do like more like the slash type cut. And also that's another thing, I won't have the type to show, which might be a problem. Nah, I don't think so. It could be, but it could be cool, but there's only so much color information you can convey before it becomes just flat out confusing. So, no. Like this could be the this could be the all offense color, right? Like this is the all offense color here. This is like an all offense thing. All defense would be, you know, this, right? Maybe for what at a 0 cost of a yikes. And then if you have both, right, then you can have a purple color in there, and that's like your mixture, right? And then when you get to counter dice, that's when it gets fun, because now you have counter dice, which are actually supposed to be yellow. So I guess like I probably should be using like magenta and stuff to do like a proper like CMYK type of thing here. That's kind of what it is. It's kind of CMYK kind of nature. So like, perhaps this could be a good system. I don't know. There's a lot of ways this could be played out, I think. But you kind of get the point. I think this is probably fine with red. Because then, you know, these are your kind of primary colors, even though they're like the subtractive primary colors, and not even perfectly. So like, I could then have this is like the count. This would be kind of like, I think it's like the one new association kick attack, strong gale kick, would be orange. This one here would just be if you ever have a counter to defense. I don't know which one would be a good one from Library Ruina, but yeah. And then you have, of course, this, which is your attack and defense, which is like the parry action for the hooligans here. And then this, and then like the pure white, which we can probably just make like CC, just to even it out. That is your mixed, like three-way mixed type action, which will pretty much never exist. I don't know if there's any of them in Library Ruina, but you get the point. And it's basically CMYK, but a bit different, or more like your typical voice you do on your spectrum. That's essentially what we're trying to do here. So now we have the action list. And then of course, in the case that we are able to save the dice, saving the dice will become an action, and we'll also number everything, right? And then for units, oh yeah, and then you can also, oh no, so what's gonna be is if you can, your zeroth index will be, if you can save the dice, you can save the dice. If your dice has already been saved, then you can opt to discard your dice and not be able to use it any longer, right? That is an option. I think after you've saved the dice once, you cannot save it again. You have to, you just have to give in. So that's kind of a thing. Unironically, I think self-bind could be an actual strategy in Star of the City, so that you can play a reactive gameplay instead of playing a more offensive gameplay style, right? You know, just only playing reactive. I think a self-bind reactive character, I'm not sure if anyone has done it in Star of the City, but you probably could, or maybe in homebrew's people have done it where there's like more options for that type of stuff. Which, by the way, there's no range mechanics in Star of the City, which makes everything really, really simplistic. If I had to do specific range clashes, that would be very, very painful to code up. That's another thing I'll have to worry about that for a long while. In a way, I'm kind of just making Library Ruina, but different and very, very rudimentary. Which is always fun. I mean, really, like, any of these, like, board game-like games, it's a very, very computational and very mathematical formulaic system, and then the visualization just has to read off of whatever the output was and play along with the output and basically just imitate symbols, imitate math in a visual form. Like, really, that's kind of what all it is. Like, Nimbus Company Library Ruina, and even like what I want to do with Planus Rolecall in the future, it's basically just a performative, like, interpretive dance for math. And that's all it is. That's really everything. So, yeah, it's kind of the philosophy I'm designing with. It's just like, as long as the math works, you can worry about the performative, interpretive dance later, because that's just like bonus content at that point. I don't have to worry about that. So, for the action list, we are going to add an action. So, action list. Action list dot not append push Push front. Is there? I'm guessing there's pop front too, right? Yeah. Push front, and the value will be either save dice. If it's a save dice, then pass turn or void dice. Not for the words are very big and concise. This will cause issues in the future. Maybe. I don't know. Something might happen. Okay, so when we get the action list, that's void dice and save dice here. Okay, we can't actually console push here. I don't worry about that now. All these variables, and now we're gonna have to do. I don't think I need to know what the unit is. Kind of. The unit itself doesn't really matter at this point. Let me get the unit data. So now we can then do all the print stuff here. Or do we want to do printing stuff on this thing? I'm starting to do it. Yeah, I'm just doing game manager, add push console, do that. Although I should actually just have the add style system here. Okay, that kind of works. This actually is kind of useful. Doing just like italicized stuff directly. Like here. I can just kind of do that. These ones I can because it's like a lot more intensive, a lot more to it, but you know, you try. I can do like subtext and stuff, but that just gets very cumbersome. Yeah. I think this is mostly like looking pretty good. Yeah. Okay, so cool. Things have been fixed. Things are looking nice. Awesome. Alright, so let's see. Okay, let's actually focus on something. Also, like, Ruina is like never gonna get coded. Like, I don't know. Like, is there anything I'm ever gonna use this thing for other than this being a data pool? Like, it is gonna have save dice stuff, but like, at the end of the day, I mean, when I get the asset stuff and all that, and animation work, animation functions, that's gonna become an issue. Like, I just don't know how to compartmentalize everything, because it's like, what am I doing here? It's so weird. It feels like there's like a better way to do this, but, you know. I mean, to be fair, I didn't even have, like, object-oriented for these values. I just had a giant array of things, so, you know, so weird. That was just kind of how things were. I don't know for this, like, what else I can really do. Let's see. We have about an hour before I would like to stop, so let's actually try and see if I can finish this next turn thingy. I just don't know how I want to treat this. Like, I guess I could just make a next turn. But that's the thing, it's like the console ends up doing a lot of the things Functions is doing, and Functions is now starting to try and do some of the things that console does. But I mean, console doesn't have like large scale data manipulations, so it's like fine. As long as it doesn't, then you know it's fine. Like, all next turn is supposed to do is just say, okay, here's the next save dice, and then do something with it, right? Is the dice technically used yet? No, it's only used when action is kind of selected for it. Or you, like, void the dice and it gets saved, right? Like, that's kind of the thing. Is it relies on whether or not you want to save the dice. So I probably want to make a function for save dice and make a command output for it just to test things. And then using specific save dice. Anyways, like save dice and remove dice are based on the highest speed dice anyways, so it kind of ends up working out. There's just like a whole other lot of issues I don't really like about this. So let's see. Let's make another command, I suppose. It just kind of works out that way. I mean, this is just like the function C start thing, and then it's just like it's just good to have every single function on my function list just be translatable here. Even though at the end of the day, like it is gonna be kind of a thing where I would, honestly, if the command system worked with like JSON or like another type of interpretive like string to result issue, then I think that would be kind of cool, but you know, I don't know how well that is gonna work out, because then there's a lot of issues with string interpretation there too. That's gonna take a long time to deal with. Yeah. I will say though, like console does kind of work out and like allow the string manipulation that I would probably end up having to do with JSON files for bigger things like adding entire dictionaries and stuff to an element. I just don't know how to make that system work. Yeah, that's like a whole thing that I'm just not ready to tackle. I think we're just gonna code like this for now, and when it gets to the point where I just physically cannot change things, I'm gonna just start having to make overlapping. And for now, as long as if the files step over each other and do each other's tasks, that's fine. And then eventually I'll hopefully figure out how to make the task list more representative to what each thing is supposed to be. Because yeah, I don't really know. If and okay, so if, and then if game manager dot dice list So we return a 4 because the dice does not exist. Otherwise, subscript operator. Am I using a subscript? What? What do you mean base type int? Huh? What is this error? I mean, I assume it just checks the key. What do you mean cannot use subscript operator on base type of int? What's the issue here? Dice should be a string. Dice this is a string int, and we're looking for the variant of the key. What is the issue here? And I'm genuinely trying to understand, because that should be returning a bool. Subscript operator. Oh! Subscript operator is just the bracket. I'm dumb. Oh, that's what it is. It's just me being dumb with syntax. So that's just me being stupid. Okay. Look at me go. Okay, so in that case, all we have to do is then just do functions dot save speed dice, and just need to whatever the dice value is. And then this exact same command structure for the remove dice. Okay, so what's the actual function called? It is just called remove. So remove speed dice. And then we are going to check So then we check if it's the case that neither the dice list or the save list has it. Then we should be fine. So remove dice and save dice. And I'll put that underneath. Okay, so disp speed. I'll put it under disp speed because it does go in hand in hand with this stuff. And then the exact dice we're looking for, I'll just use gold. So then save dice, and then dice. And then we just have the save dice command, and then move speed dice command? I guess it's not called the move speed dice command, is what it should be called. Just to keep consistency here. That should be probably working. You don't really need to put anything. Now if I go here and I do seed and I do just speed and then I do save dice and I don't specify, it gets angry. Get next speed dice. Bias and dictionary. But if it's not empty... Oh, these are supposed to be knots. What is wrong with me? Huh? Oh, scene. This speed. And then save dice. And then if we do save dice again, and if we save dice again, nothing really. And then if we do rem dice, it gets angry. Why? Set dice is a string, and then game manager save dice this die is a int, so I don't know why that's angry. E1D0. That would be a string. It should be a string. It should be working pretty much the exact same as save speed dice if we're going to use the list instead. Oh, it's checking, oh, this is has. Ah. Aha. If we do rem dice, then we should be able to just do that. And we'll still show it. So rem dice shouldn't be running again. Like, at all. Oh, but it can still be from the regular dice set, so yeah. That's when we have to go on to save dice, right? Well, I guess, like, if they're both empty, then we should be returning a -1. There's no dice to save. So how did we do this? Get next speed dice. Oh, but if it's... Yeah, unfortunately, you just have to return empty strings. You can't return null type for objects. Kind of a weird system. I don't like it. It gets weird. You can't return null for string type, and then just handle it later. But, you know. I guess like isn't when it failed anyways, so yeah. That should probably work now. Just do rem dice, rem dice, rem dice, doesn't really matter. Scene, disp skill, or disp speed, rem dice, disp speed, rem dice, disp speed, and then rem dice again. If we do rem dice, something random, they'll say unspecified error because I didn't do that properly. And that would be my error chain here. This is a 3 again, 3 or 4. At least I got 2 high values this time, 6 and 5. That feels kind of good and normal. So then if I do save dice, and if I do A1B0, then we do this. It will be saved. And then let's say this guy does a rem dice. The next one. Okay, that's pretty good. Seems to be working pretty nicely. Alright, well, now we can actually spend the speed dice and things. Yeah. Okay. I probably should try and develop a way to do a pause structure, so we should probably make action usage now. It probably actually wouldn't be that bad of an idea if we just charge ahead and make actions function, and then start working on making the splice material. Because as long as actions can, you know, do damage and do stuff, then it's fine. So doing actions and stuff, that's cool. I want to do a deal damage command. I do want to have like a deal damage command type of thing, where we just do damage and then stagger damage, and then it just kind of goes through. And then with most things, you just deal damage to both, and then stuff like bash in, right? If you go back to bash in, you'll see, obviously, when you do these things, so there's the hit condition, right? Deal stagger 2, so before it actually issues the hit, this will probably be changed to like a before hit thing, or maybe on hit, it will just deal an extra 2 stagger type of thing, and you'll be able to see that there. I don't know how I want to treat that, but that's going to be kind of a thing that's going to happen. So, let's see. I do want to make a damage function work. I am pretty much just going out and making whatever I want at whatever time I want, even though it's probably not useful, but it is just kind of nice to have everything made as quick as possible and then start building out from there and fine-tuning things. So, function, damage command. So in the case that you only specify one value, it will just be like, hey, you specify this, you're just gonna assume it's the same value for both, right? Because there's no way to tell. Yeah. Now this is untyped damage. This is just damage being dealt. And this could be made into a function, I think, but I guess that's part of it, is that functions don't really have return values yet, so, I just don't know how I want to do this, because I'm going to change so much in the future, like, so much is going to have to get gutted and redone. I'm kind of just making things just to make things, and I know, like, at some point I'm going to have to, like, this 400 line code console command section, like, I thought my scratch code was unorganized, this is just terrible. Like, there's a point where, like, I do need to split this up, for one, and for two, this is just, like, a lot of stuff to look at and sift through. Like, it's just, there's no winning with code organization, I find. I'm realizing, like, it's just, there's no winning with code organization. There's so much. There's so many problems. There's so many things. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do here. That's a kind of weird thing, right? It's like, I don't know. I think I just need to just start doing console dot, like, basically just a console dot print ln. Like, I just need to start doing that for my function just, and then just start making, like, function thingies that just print output. I think I just need to do that. Because the longer I don't do that, the longer this is gonna pile on. The only issue is I do like having colored text, and colored text is very hard to do. So I think we just need to bite the bullet and kind of just start putting in. I can probably just copy over a lot of these util functions, or at least, like, I don't know what I want to do with these. That's like the thing. I don't want to do like console.addStyle, console.boardString. Like, and then I have to do like full on console.addLog, and then console.addLog, and then console.addStyle. That's gonna just get so cumbersome so quickly. I don't want to do that. I could also just copy these straight into the function list here, but do I want to do that? I don't know. I don't know what the solution here is. So there's a lot of ways to run this. There's a lot of ways to do this incorrectly. But I think it does help where, like these display commands, it's fine if these display commands, I think, display the data here and just print. Like, these ones being in the console thing are fine, because I'm never going to have an equivalent in the function map. But like something like the damage function, I think does need to be in here, because I am just going to straight up use this so often. So, let's see. If I just do like a function damage unit here, and then I just do unit, string. I guess I can do source, and then... That's the problem, right? The problem is that this is going to cause a cascading issue where I do need to define hit structures and stuff. I don't want to do that yet. So I'm not going to do that yet. I will have to do that later, but I don't want to cause issues. So we're going to just define it here. And we'll deal with that. Also, I'm gonna change the music again. We've been listening to this one for a while. Let's see. Which one do we want to switch to next? Canto 6, do Matthias theme. That'd be kind of funny. Solar theme. Honestly, the alert themes for Canto 9 are also pretty good too. There's a lot of options. There's so much good music from Nimbus. I can't really pick. There's so much good stuff. Canto Roach Emperor theme. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do Arknights. Why not? This one's so peak. I haven't. Obviously, I could be biased to some of my favorite music in Arknights, which is one of the oldest themes. Anyways, back to damage function. Where is it? Did I put it all the way at the bottom? I did put it all the way at the bottom, didn't I? Did I? Where is it? Yeah, here, damage command. So, our arguments are going to just be the source, which is going to be AUG1, AUG2 is going to be damage, AUG3 is going to be stagger. Right? So, the Unicode, and then what else do I have to worry about? If there's no Unicode specified, then it's not damage anyone. I could put in percentages for now. Why not? Basically do it like how I do it in DLC at the moment. What else can I do? There's a couple other things I can probably do as well. I just don't know what other things I should be doing. Let me think. So if odds, that size, is less than 2, right, then just return 1, I think it is. 1 is missing args. Yeah, just general missing args. Otherwise, the unit has been defined. We can get unit data, which is going to be equal to game manager dot unit list. I'm getting the value of 1. Oh wait, I should probably check, if then we return 3, the unit does not exist. There we go. Raw unit data will be equal to that dot data set. That's the data set. And now we do if args.size is less than 3. Okay, so raw. If you already have damage values, then we just return 2. So if raw, okay, so now we do raw H damage is going to be equal to args 3. Okay, also yeah, 5 would just be wrong type args. If it's less than 4, then okay, then we also need the S damage. S damage is equal to H damage. Otherwise, if size is not less than 4, and then args3 is not a valid int, and then else S damage is equal to the integer version of args3 and then we just damage the unit. Damage, and then we're going to get add style, and it's going to be so this command is so much longer now. I'm going to add style for let's see, the text is going to be data tree dot fetch data. I want to almost make data tree become like a object, so I can just do like unit data dot fetch, and I might change that in another stream, but I don't want to do that now. Okay, this is getting annoying. We have to do data tree dot fetch data when this could be turned into an object oriented thing more so. And have a specific type dictionary. The only issue is then converting that back to a JSON. I guess that actually wouldn't be that hard. That actually would be very easy. I should do that. I've been learning a lot, and I can actually do that now. So then we can just do unit data, and then we can do the path, which is going to be name. And then we have to do the cutter, which is now going to be data tree. Again, data tree.fetch, data, unit data, and then we have to get the cutter. Look at this like super nesting, 5 nested things. Oh, I think it's 0. 0. 0. And now, after all of that, we can now add log, and then we can now do new health. It's going to be equal to data tree dot fetch data attribute slash current health minus H damage, and obviously the maximum of 0 and this. New health and new stagger. Okay, let's see. Looking pretty good there. Also, I almost want to make the color here become a default value, which is going to be the default value of white. I think that's actually just better. So now I don't even need like any of these. So I can just start doing like here. I can just do add style. Oh, I still have to specify color. I mean, I can still do that, but we'll go with that. And then text will then just equal. And then we just have to do the health data, which is just going to be old health and then new health. Actually, I'll just store old health here. And then I'll do data tree dot add data. The value of this. And do the same thing for stagger. I do need to make a change data attribute. I think I do need to maybe next stream just focus on just fixing up data tree and turning it into a better system that's maybe more object oriented. Because right now this is just not working that out. But I mean, this is at least fine enough. So, there we go. So that's the first line there. And then, after that, second line. Which should just be current health. Current health will be. So I actually just do add style health. String, which is going to be old health, and then same color. I'm just gonna have to refer to these like multiple times. I'm just gonna do this. And then we'll do 80, 80, 80 if. Actually, we do 64. So we just do the 64, 64, 64 thing. If new stagger it doesn't equal 0, else it will just be normal color. So if they died, and then we just have to do the same thing for stagger. Oh, this is not supposed to be new stagger, it's supposed to be new health. An old stagger, and it should work pretty well. And then first is going to be the unit, and then the damage you're doing, and then the stagger damage you deal. Before that, and then damage command. Let's see here. So, this unit A1, and then damage unit A1, damage unit A1 10, and then we can do damage unit A1 5 and 10, and then this unit A1. I think they'd be staggered now. Yeah, pretty cool. So I can just damage them as much as I want. I can even damage unit A1 100. Actually, I first want to speak out everything here. Without commands though, like, this is pretty good. And murder. Just flat out murder. Alright, that does seem to be working. Awesome. This already is enough to like have a lot of automated systems. Actually, I could actually just make the manual system first. The manual system does seem to be functional, but possibly problematic. Because, like, you know, there's a lot of things going on here. But, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's working well enough, so seems to be pretty fine. Alright, so damage unit now works, and I can also do attack unit. Damage type. Type damage command. Yeah, let's go do the type damage command. So, type damage command. I don't know, do I want to do that? I mean, this is going to get into damage types and stuff, which... Go if I need it right now. This is pretty nice, because from a theoretical perspective, right, you can actually, like, for instance, I can actually do a lot of things now. So I can do this unit, right? Nope. Well, whoopsies. We can do, actually, I don't want to have like missing all the stuff in here, so I kind of want to make things kind of, you know, look normal. We can do this unit. So let's actually show off a game, right? So this unit A1, this unit A2. Oh, well, yeah, obviously. I didn't actually safeguard. Oh, got disconnected briefly. Okay, I randomly got disconnected by the glorious internet. Anyways, disc speed 4 and 3. So now for Hooligan can go first, and we can list out the actions, although I don't have a way to list them out here. But obviously we know that there are 4 actions we can choose from. So we can maybe say, let's see, that's disc skill. Knife we can't really worry about yet, because that inflicts burn, and we don't have a way to deal with that yet. So let's do Hooligan -1. It does 2 stagger, right? Does 2 stagger. So I'm like, okay, cool, let's do that. So now we can do edit unit. This is A1, and we can do attributes / current light, and then set it to, we're spending 1 light, so 2i, and that means we are spending 1 of our light. And now we are going to use this skill, and we are going to target the other skill. We're going to target the other Hooligan, so this also means that we are going to rem dice A1 D0, and Hooligan is going to, the other Hooligan is going to respond rem dice E1 D0, and they're going to pick an action. And they're gonna say, ooh, I'm a bit afraid of using that clash, right? That's a very strong 1d6 + 2. If I do parry, I can guarantee a hit back. So they decide to do. So they're like, okay, let's see this skill, Hooligan, knife 1, not knife 1, parry 1, and they see that that's pretty good. So they're going to use that, and we're going to do edit unit, E1, attributes, slash current light, and this only costs 1 light as well. There we go. And now they have to clash, so this is when we do, so the first instance is rolling 6-2, rolls a 6, rolling a 6 with a 0, rolls a 6. That is a tie, so nothing happens, and which was actually really funny. And then we do rolling a 6-1, 5, that is a blunt. So Hooligan has +2 blunt damage, -2 blunt stagger. So then we do damage unit A1, because E1 damaged them. A1 damages them for 7 damage and 3 stagger damage. Just like that. And that would be one scene right there. Right? So now we can do, and then we can just do scene, and then this speed, and everything is good. And then we can do this unit A1, and you can see they lost some health. And we need to do another scene. But you know, you can see how they now have lost health, and then you can continue until someone dies. And now they're both back up to 3 life. I didn't really show everything here, but that's a pretty good example of everything that can happen. Obviously, things are not automated, so that's when we get into the automatic clash function. And when that starts going on, that's going to be pretty good. Which you can actually start working on now. The automated clash function is going to be a lot of these, like, issuing damage commands and stuff, which is going to be pretty awesome. Again, like, it's kind of weird that, like, this is, like, handled by the console. I probably shouldn't put the damage command here. Like, these are, like, pseudo commands where they're also editing the character data and stuff. I don't like it. This is kind of not how I should be doing things. I have to think about I need to actually sit down and think about how I want to actually code the rest of this. But this is kind of a problematic issue where this isn't really helpful and is going to bite me in the future. And that's not particularly great. I would like things to, like, function well at some point and not suffocate themselves. But yeah, what can you do sometimes, you know? So, such is the issues, I guess. Yeah, okay. So, that was pretty good, though. I think I can actually automate that fully, though. I do want to see a full automation of that. I think maybe tomorrow we can get a full automation. It's going to be very crude, and I'm going to have to, like, fix things as we go on to make things more refined and scalable. This is very much rudimentary baseline functionality stuff. And of course, we're going to get into status inflictions too. That's going to be very fun. And yeah, but the biggest thing is that I do need to fix data tree, and I'm not going to fix it immediately. That might be like a next week issue. But this week is just making sure the game functions. As I said, I would like to have the game playable with the base data set by the end of this week. And we're looking at a good pace to get that done. Because just today, we went from just having a couple, like, spare commands that we could be proud of to having an actual semi-turn order that's still manually issued, but even though it's manually run, it does process everything. We can process things. We can actually run an entire combat encounter pretty concisely with this. Not automated well. It actually takes longer than it takes on PLC because we have to do, like, attribute / current light and stuff. You don't have that command automated. Which I can actually just make a light deduction command right now. We can just do that. We have, like, I would like to end the stream around the 4-hour mark, but, like, you know, we have time to quickly make a bunch of commands. Light deduction is basically the same as damage. It's just the damage command, but for light. So, and of course, ego is not going to be a thing that we have to worry about for a couple of weeks. It's not something I plan to touch on for a while. Also, I think some of this stuff can be done better, but, you know, that's kind of how it is. I could always concatenate this into one long text print, but this is a bit more legible, and that's probably for the best. But yeah, let's actually make a, let's make a function. Also, look at how many functions, like, how many commands we're at now. Like, all of these, like, so many commands. We actually have a whole list now that's, like, from line 15 to line 54. That's, like, actually not that many, but some of these commands are long. Anyways, going back to the damage command, we're going to make the light command. Actually, do I want to right now? I do want to do a clash thing. I do want to have a clash simulator. Yeah, I think I can actually make a clash simulator. I want to perhaps make it a separate function. That's kind of the issue, right? There's a lot of things. I have a lot of ambitions, a lot of ways I can play this out. But also, another issue is save dice. Save dice is going to be a whole thing on its own that actually, I don't know, that might take another 4 hours of work, just making save dice function. So, at least we can get offense dice working in a concise manner, but yeah, the thing about clashing, right? Actually, at least it's not like Planus Rolecall. There isn't a lot of exceptions to the rule. It's very, very fundamental, straightforward. Obviously, we're gonna have to think about evade dice and stuff. Evade dice are very important because of stagger heal specifically too. Not only is it stagger heal, but it's also ignoring clash to win commands and stuff. And that's when we're gonna start getting to the relay signals. But yeah, let's actually switch to music now again. What would do lobby music for the end of this? Okay, so cool. No dual sides today, like, at all. It's just pretty nice. It's very chill. Spam code. I mean, this like doubled in length, so that was pretty successful. This also grew substantially to a point where it's only halfway down the line here, but it's gonna soon get very illegible. I think is something that I fear. Like, it is really, really long. I do need to segment this stuff a bit better. I don't know how I want to though. Like, the thing about the console command stuff, I could make every single function be its own individual script. Do I have to make them all globals though? I probably don't need to make every single function a global. That's a lie, I think I do. It's kind of the rough part about it. Right now they're all global scenes is the weirdest thing. Like, it's so, like, I should have not done scenes for these. They don't need to be scenes, they just need to be, I think Game Manager needs to be a scene. Game Manager has to be a scene that is kind of like the whole game. Like, this isn't the main scene. The other ones could have just been resources. There was no need to make them scenes, I don't think. I don't need to make like new copies of them though, like an actual object, but making them all scenes doesn't feel right. I could do a major refactoring, but I think I do want to make this functional. So I think what I'll do is yeah. So that's actually another thing, right? So when it comes to functions, right, a thing I want to do is I want to make it so I can have like a function, right, that's going to interpret the damage, right? It's going to do the hit, right? It's going to do the hit, and then we're going to like check hit tag. And then in check hit tag, when we do check hit tag, if we get a hit, that's when we start running methods related to bonus stagger damage. And bonus stagger damage would just cause another deal damage command. right? It would just do another deal damage command or something like that. So I think something I need to do is maybe make objects, like a bunch of objects, a damage issue object. And what that would do is it would have some data, like, it would have a bunch of data in it, and then when each relay occurs, something, I'm thinking. But it would also be a good way to track, you know, every single command I'm running. Because, yeah, over time, this is gonna get really bloated. And I think part of it is I do need to make a way for me to not have as many baseline fundamental functions. The issue is, I mean, a lot of this is just display work, right? And that's the thing, I need to start splitting up display work and, like, actual data. But the problem is a lot of the display work itself is based on the data as it changes and not its final value. So... or I just cut down on display data. That's another option. I'm trying to think of anything else I can do last minute. I'm not sure if I can particularly think of much at the moment. Besides, of course, getting to the Clash functionality. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Okay. So, what I'll do instead is... I will have, like, an attribute command and stuff. I should probably start developing it. It's just, like, there's a lot of, like, fog of war in terms of developing that stuff. Can I even get to, like, all, like, the basic arithmetic functions and stuff, because I'm gonna have to make, like, all these things, like v1 and stuff, have to get attribute and all that. And then I have to, for each command that I'm trying to issue out, I have to go for each parameter to figure out what that parameter is, and if there's, like, another function there, I have to get that to become a... And I probably need to learn about how Godot callables work for that, to make sure this properly works. Or something. Or I just do like the bottom up approach where you go innermost loop, get the value, and start building upwards. Right? Yeah, I think I can probably do that. And that's actually what console is, right? And this is what console is. What this is basically saying is it's basically saying, in essence, like, it's like param 0 is divide, param 1 is v1, param 2 is v2. But param 1, v1 is get attribute, which is another command, which is param 1 get attribute param 2 stack. The issue is that some of those have hidden parameters, right? So get attribute has the hidden parameter of source, which in this case source is the burn status that is causing the trigger, right? And that can be problematic, right? So of course, get attribute here, we can do source could be get unit, and then get a specific unit, and then or get target, which can be the target of a unit, which I should actually probably is when we start getting to this unit, I could have a variable here which is target, and that's important because that will end up being used for relative, like some relative stuff. And that's like another thing too, like dataset, does dataset need to have statuses? And I think the answer to that is like datasets should probably have statuses, but also there should be a quicker way to get the statuses. And I think the way I do that is when I do get attribute, or like if I do get unit and then get unit status stack, it will automatically infer that I mean go to dataset and then go to the page, which is the statuses folder. In essence, it's basically a folder in essence, something like that. And that's kind of where this becomes increasingly complex. And I think I have the idea. I think that is like pretty much what I want to do. What I'm doing right now is I'm working off of a known data set. And I know exactly what I want to do with known data set and known interactive method, which is known interactive method that is this console, right? Everything I do here is per my like a very simple input-output system, but also needing this visual output, right? The game system doesn't need this visual output. All of this visual output I'm making is worthless. It is unnecessary. It is only for making this work as a text-based system, but I don't actually need it. This isn't needed, right? I don't need to display skills ever, right? I mean, I like, yes, I do, obviously, for the player, but from the mathematical perspective, I should not need this. It's just I want to have some of this available so I know how to work on it. And I think that's a part of the issues. I'm kind of developing stuff with the visuals in mind first before I actually make the system function. And I should probably change that. I think tomorrow I might do a lot of housekeeping work, but I also want to just charge through and finish and just make sure that the system works. Because right now, the system mostly works. Like, I can do scene, and then I can do this speed, and I can see this goes first. And then I can do save dice, and then this speed. And now that's saved. And now Hooligan 1 can decide to do, I have to do edit unit right now. E1, oh, why is A1 always going first? Okay, E1 can now do attributes / current light, and then that's going to be set to maybe we do knife now, and they're using one eye. And since I have a save dice, right, and that's going to rem dice, and then we can now rem dice A1, or rem dice A1 DO, and then this speed. Now they're both remmed, and then we can do edit unit. A1 will now do attributes. Well, actually doesn't have to spend light. And now we're looking at, for instance, now one side is using knife, the other side is using yikes, right? So now we have disp skill knife. Oh, disp skill hooligan knife 1, and then disp skill hooligan yikes 1, right? And now we have these two who are going up against each other, and theoretically I should be able to evade everything, right? And I guess for the rest of this I'll just like show off some stuff. So now we do E1, and the attacker is gonna roll the 1d6, rolls a 6. Oh, and does my evade roll anything? Nope, it dies. 1d5 of slash. So now we do disp unit A1. A1 is the one getting hit here. Slash is +2 stagger. So then we do damage unit A1 with 6 and then 8. And then we roll a 1d4. And then damage unit, this is now Pierce, which is just 0, 0. A1 is going to take 1, 1. And then roll 6, 5, damage unit, A1, 5, 7. And then we can now and then now you can just see that I almost staggered the unit in one attack, which is pretty funny. But I mean, that does kind of work. That is kind of what I need to do. And then you can then just do scene and then this speed. And now we can go again. A1 can attack now. And the hooligan only has 2 light left. Oh no. They actually can't, they can use knife again, but then they'll have 0 light, and then they'll next see they'll only have 1 light. Because it's a net -1, and then they'll have to start thinking about what they want to do, because now they're at net -1 light, and if they keep, then they have to only use a 1 or 0 cost, and then A1 can start using knife back, or something. But that was actually really good rolls, like 6, 1, 5. And then the evade instantly breaking. Like theoretically, the evade could have won the rest of that. I mean, it'd have to roll really high, but I mean, like, what's the odds, right? Like, the odds are like about 40%, and then for the D4, it'd be about, I want to say, like a 70%, and then another 40%. Like the chance that all of those fail is like. The chance that any one of them fails is a 90%, I think, is how it works. The chance that all of them would and then you win everything is a 10% chance to evade everything. Okay. Not guaranteed evade, but you know. Cool things. On evade, gain 1 dice power or something would be kind of cool. Like, theoretically, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking, though. But yeah, you can see like 35 HP down to 23. That was like 11 damage, and that was like a third of their health with 1 action. So that's actually, it's kind of interesting, like how much damage you can actually deal in this system. Stagger went from 20 to 4 just because of the +2 slash. That was almost a stagger and 1 action, so that was pretty cool. And of course, there'd be 3 burn. Which would then, like, you know, damage unit A1. I think it's only health, so it'd be like 3 burn, would be like 3 more damage, and that puts another 20. Like that's pretty crazy. And then they still have 2 burn left. And then, like, as you continue, it would do more and more damage. And statuses, I don't think I'll get done with this week. My goal is Thursday. We're gonna get clashing done and this whole action queue system done. I kind of skipped out on it, but commands, we did a ton of commands. That was basically the essence of today. All functions grew a lot. We got all of the rem dice, save dice system that we actually didn't really do last time. I mean, we did this, but we didn't like fully do this, and we improved on it. But mostly with console, we added a ton of stuff, right? So like, let's see, like we added the scene system the scene system I think was already done, but damage unit was done. The ability to display units was done. Display speeds. Saving and removing dice from here, and of course the entire scene speed system. And now we're getting the frameworks for displaying skills and for each turn cycle of a scene. And that's like a lot of stuff there. Tomorrow we will be actually making the system probably playable for the first time. And then I think Friday I'll do housekeeping stuff, and then I should have stuff published on GitHub, is the goal. GitHub will have a bunch of things published. You will be able to play the game and mess around with it. I just have to figure out how to get my GitHub working again. I have not used GitHub in a couple months, so I kind of forgot how everything worked. But yeah, that's my goal. And that's pretty much it. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Bit of a quieter day today, but still a lot of progress nonetheless. So yeah, that is all. Bye!